Why, hello. Apparently my opening ad break is still in progress. Well, hello there, Jazz. How's your day going? Work, work, work on a Sunday? Mine has been full of looking at stuff, researching, trying to be more active on social media, get more eyeballs, you know. It's just a phase. Mom, it's just a phase. Oh boy. Okay, so where were we? We had a couple of things to do. We need to fix up. Let's launch this first and foremost. Just that a little. Okay. So we need to have this be more intelligent because right now it just shows up. That's fine and dandy. So we could maybe do. Nah, that's fine. It's fine the way it is. The tick time stuff is kind of janky, but that's just the way it's gonna be. They replied to my bug on that one, just kind of talking about what exactly they wanted to do with it. But our rounding seems to have helped a lot. So we need to make this not appear when it's not appropriate. Namely, when we don't have tick duration set. We need gaps in our grid, so we wiggle a little bit less, and we need we have a panic on setting an attribute to modify to none. Okay. Let's do the grid really quick, because that should be easy to do. Right here. Let's do 10. It's probably too much, but you know, we'll give it a go. Not bad, actually. If we gave it just a little bit more. Give her the beans. What would that look like? Still a little less than that. Not terrible, though. Here's our panic. Let's just kick this more until we get... See if we can get a little less wiggle. when we add things. I think that's pretty good. Like there's still a little bit there because these are slightly bigger. But any more, I think it might start to look a little weird. Just stick with that for now. Okay, so that's one thing done on our to-do. Easy peasy, quick start to get some momentum built. Yes. What we need to do is if the data struct tick time is empty, you could actually probably do this. Set set state to this invisible. I guess I don't need that because I'm not inverting it. So if the tick time is empty, invisible is true. I think that's correct. Let's run a test of that. Because this guy should be modifying the data. Doesn't, however, do that. We need that to happen. And I'm pretty sure it's just because we don't update when we click on that. We don't update this. You would need to pick time value on change. We update that, but not. That. We'd have to add that, I think. Yeah. But we also need to do an and here. We don't actually need to do that. We can do if it does not block logout. So we've bound to that. So it should change when we change it. That didn't work. Oh, because tick time is not empty and blocks logout is false. That should be correct. Why isn't it? We need to put this in parens. Shouldn't. Yeah, redundant. This is true. And that's true. The whole thing should be true. Invisible should be true. Am I being silly? Should it be that? I think so. Yeah. I do this. Just for funsies. It should be a backwards. It should be true, but so in this one, doesn't log. Is that did we bound you to blocks logout? So if you're checked, you should be true. Let's maybe that's not true the case. Well, that would reflect here. Blocks logout is true. Because okay, so this is false. When we have data. And we need this to be the inverse of this, I think. So if this is false, means we have a thing there. And blocks logout is false. It'll fail here the first. This will evaluate to false and it'll be done. This is an and. So this should actually be this way. If this has data in it, so it's not empty, and blocks logout is false. I think I'm getting confused because this needs to be this all needs to be flipped because states invisible is backwards, right? So if the data struct tick time is an empty struct or an empty string, that's true. And blocks logout is false. That becomes true, which means states invisible is true. Oops. But we want it to be false. Hey, bro, remember me? Kind of, maybe. Back in here. I need to do this in 2, basically, I think, is what's happening, because let's do show, or rather, let's do hide text. This is true. Starts as true. If the tick time is not empty, then if blocks logout is false, false. No. If the tick time is empty, this needs to be if it's not empty, because that's what we want it to show. So this is true unless this happens. I should be able to put that back into 1, but getting confused with flipping twice. Okay, it's correct there and correct here. If I uncheck this, I need to fire an update when we change this to on the warning text. On change, put you down here. That, and then that one weirdo. I get a lot of weirdos, man. So that works, and then that doesn't show anything, which it shouldn't. If we add this, then we do that, and then it's happy. Okay, so that's the correct logic. This we would have to invert all of this. So it'd be if it'd be harder to read because you have to invert twice, right? but we're just gonna leave that. It's easier to read that way. I asked you for your answer even when you said you didn't use it. Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay. Easier to read, so we'll stick with that. Now we need to finish. We need to figure out what we panic on when we collect the when we set the value modified to nothing. Why don't I use DeepSeek? Because my brain works just fine. So if we do that, we get our panic. Let's go take a look at it. I'm sure it's just because I have forgotten. Interface is string, not UUID, null UUID. Okay. I know nothing about MUD. I pasted it in the DeepSeek and it gave me shitloads of code and structure. Cool, and you still know nothing about MUDs. Let's see here. That happens. Item details go 161. Because we didn't check you. Okay, that makes sense. Because we're on change here. Current item. This does not have the placeholder empty chooser does not have, or does have a value. It's just a string. That's fine. So here we just say, item value. So, what else do we do here though? These guys shouldn't have. Shouldn't have a value either. They're all strings. Property choosers, current item value. Oh, right. Okay. Because this, right. I'm getting confused between property chooser and property type chooser. Property chooser is the chooser's skills. So if it's not text, it is value because it will have a value. We just check that. Otherwise, we'll put a null UUID in you. Like so. So now, we go to none. Don't want to, let's add a test one. we'll say apply that. Come back over here and take a look. Been added correctly, and it has a property modify ID. If I come back here and I go none and I apply you, it goes to no. Perfect. Okay, that's exactly what we want to start with. Let's actually get rid of you really. Actually, no, we'll leave you. We can still test with you. I found out today about Zork, so I know something. Okay. Mud is multi-user dungeon. Okay. Config manager. We were going to look at status effects, property modify ID. We were going to look at omit empty. And see if that gives us a better experience reading the actual config file if we have to for some reason. Let me just, actually, we can apply you. You don't do anything to check. Still null. Okay. If I was to give you an attribute again, then you get that. If I go to none, apply you. Okay, so this doesn't omit empty truly. Turn-based or RTA? I'm not familiar with RTA. What does that mean? Yeah, okay. So omit empty doesn't do anything for us. It's fine. It can say null. I don't really care that much. It's not terrible, right? Let's close you. That's fine. I don't actually want this in here. It was just a test. Oops. Too many characters deleted. There we go. Real-time actions. Gotcha. Right now, it's set up for real-time actions, but it's still early days. I haven't really constrained it in any way. We're mostly thinking engine thoughts still, not yet game thoughts. Like eventually we'll need to have some kind of thing to like a cooldown, right, on things you can do. But it's fine for now. Later me problems. Okay, so we've done those two things. This, yeah, we've done this. This is all to done. Like so. I would also like to... No, this is, I think this is fine because when we reload it after you set it to none, it should set the other thing to none as well. Just double check. I should have left my test effect in. That's fine. Okay, so if you are an attribute, mind, and then I'm like, nope, never mind. You don't affect to modify, or you don't modify a property. Then it goes to none, none. Perfect. Okay. Delete you. All is well. Nothing has changed here. Let's go ahead and do a quick commit. And we'll do fix panic on setting. Ooh, actually, hang on one sec. Before I do that, we also want to make sure that if I do this, I give you some random data. You don't. Okay. That's a problem. Why don't you? Leave that one alone. You say none, but you're not none. Is this my Discord? Is it spam? It's my Discord. So up here where we change my logout switch is change the property type chooser. If it's not placeholder, oh wait, it does visually switch to none. We run the function, then we run update on you. Property chooser updater. Updater does that, appends empty chooser, sets those, sets current value to placeholder. For our property to modify ID is valid, then we go through here, set that. We would need to send a change here, I think, in order to get that to correctly fire the on change. So if I go back here, yes. Perfect. Okay. And then everything else still gets set. Why do you say unsaved changes though? Unsaved changes is stuck. Why is unsafe changes stuck on? It's because our maker does set it. Not easily phased with comments. I've been on the internet a long time. If I was... Every time I switch, it should change, though, so why would that be? It should delete the children and then make a new one. Which should involve it being set to false. And our reload button frame rollback data should have set that as well, and then updated you. That's bizarre. It's because in my on change, so this update is going to get called every time this widget gets updated, which is fine probably, but send change. We set unsaved changes. Just blindly. Okay, so that's a problem. So we can't do this. We would need to set unsave changes there. We send a change here. We modify property type. So we need to set you here though. Do it after we call update. That's type chooser. Should be handlers like, no. This is tying into the event system of the UI framework. Yeah, I don't care what your Jippity says. It's wrong because I'm using a framework it doesn't even know about. So hang on here. So property chooser and property type chooser. They're named similarly, which is a little bit of a problem, but that's fine. The difference is we need to know exactly which state needs to be flagged for change. Let's run this again. So when we're in here, we have attributes that set it, which is correct. We apply you. None here. We apply. That's fine. Let's go back in. We set a thing. That's also correct. Where was, oh, no, okay, right. It's because when we set this to none, this doesn't actually get updated. So in our property type chooser, we set the value. Property type chooser on change is what I'm looking for. Set current value to that. On change, we set that. We call update on property chooser, and then we should be setting unsaved changes. And we call the update here. Okay, that's what it was. because this doesn't actually set. So it sets current value. And then we drive it off of, because property to modify ID hasn't been changed yet. Otherwise, we go through here. Property chooser. Call update on you. But, okay, so chooser items also isn't empty when we do this. So if it is the placeholder chooser value, then we've already cleared that, so we don't need that. But well, if we've already cleared that, then when we get up here to the update, we set to that property to modify is what we need to clear. We'd have to set that to null there as well. Can we clean that up some? Because this is still valid here. So we go through there, we set the current value to that. But if we change that, actually we could just do, hang on, maybe we can do this easier. Because as it comes through here, we did that, would it leave it on? Well, that's still not going to affect this change. That's the problem. Because it never actually writes. Okay. That's right. So let's take that back out. I think we just have to set this to nil here because it's the other time when it becomes a nil. Because this only fires when that is changed. So that wouldn't get this event. Seems a little annoying to set it twice, but, or in two different places, but I think that's kind of the best way to do it. None, and then apply, and it stays none, and our behavior still works correctly. Otherwise, we would have to do we'd have to check the fields during the save. Hey, Yudo, how's it going? It goes all right. Just kind of putting the little bit of a polish pass and tying up the loose ends here on the status effect editor. Um, we'd have to. Could still fire the on change event, but we would have to do. We'd have to do validation, right? Which would be okay. If we were to do property chooser current value, empty chooser, we'd have to create a second chooser to do that way, or second placeholder, but we don't want that. Because this is a null UUID, we could check it. Yeah, let's do that. I like that a little bit more. It seems a little bit better because then we don't have to update multiple things, right? So here we can do send up, send change. Here we can say current ID is this. And then if this actually isn't current though, it's selected ID. It's not equal to the selected ID. But actually, we got to be careful here, though. No, because we already checked. It's not the placeholder. Then it should be an ID. Then here we can do... Are you not happy? Ah, it's because... Didn't do that. Except for I need to do that. Because that should be a nil UUID and not just an empty string. So we should be okay there. And then we set our unsafe changes. This goes away. If it is, then we need to know if id.datastruct.propertyModifyID.valid. That means we need to clear it and set the unsafe changes. Then down here, we don't need this else. We just update it. We let it figure out itself what its own value should be. What's planned for the project when it's completed, done, and dusted is if for others to use a personal project of sort. We'll figure it out when I get there. I'd like to release it, but I don't know yet. Set you, save you, none, boop. Loaded correctly, and we're back to null. Perfect, okay. And our warning, and our reloading, everything is correct. Awesome. Okay, perfect. Wait. No. Okay, yes, good. Delete you because I think we're done with that part. Let's do our commit here now that we've got that. And let's see here. We did set up the blocks logout warning text logic fix panic when setting attribute to modify to none, fix clearing attribute to modify by setting type to type chooser to none. Push that up. Row is cool. Thanks, I think. Linux, yes. Pop! OS currently. Let's see. I would love to clean up some of this, but it might just have to be kind of a beast because this is a custom widget and they just get that way. So our maker deletes and sets unsafe changes. That's correct still. Could pull that out, I suppose, but then I'd lose this. So I wouldn't really gain anything. Don't really gain anything there. Every property and still have the old ID in here. This should still be correct because if we were to change something in the backing data, so like if I was to do, it's cool, I'm a sub to you right now. Cool, appreciate you. So like if I was to change, let's say, skill. So let's go into skills, and I was to change this ID. Oops, that's the wrong window. We do need to test our fallback here. Oh, nothing is set to agility. We need to go change agility. I think we can do this live. Undo that. And it's because it's an attribute, not a skill. It's fine. Let's just change you real quick. Now. Yeah, okay, so it's popping up to none. Except for it still says agility here. Let's restart. Because I believe it would still have this ID stored. Ah, okay. So we don't handle that gracefully. We do need to do that. And it timed out getting that back. So we need to go look at stuff that puts that in the message bus. Is it true the more you talk and code, the better you become at it? What's my opinion? Do you mean the better... Do you mean better at talking and better at coding discreetly, or better at talking while you're coding? So when we pull this guy, it's going to be down here. No, because it's in the it's in the Git attributes. Talking and coding makes you think better. I don't know about that. Cool to see no chat GPT just raw code and thinking. Yeah, I agree. So I don't know that it improves making you think better. It's definitely an acquired skill to just kind of like say everything you're thinking as you're going. But I don't know that it really does anything different. Like these would be my thoughts either way, right? Along with others. I just try to spit out the most relevant ones. Set chooser attributes, get attribute. Okay, right. Because these are distinct, different things. We get these guys. But chooser items, and it's when we set look up UUID right here. So when we're figuring out what we have. Ooh, that is just going to be a timeout because nobody's going to answer because nobody has it. That is going to result in that hesitation that we saw, which is going to suck if you changed something and you're in here trying to fix it. having that happen every time is going to be crap. Do I do streams every day? I stream about 4 hours a day, Friday through Monday. It will eventually make the correct decision here to set these to none, but it's going to be painful. No, Friday through Monday. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And it's because here we don't return an error here. Timeout. No, we do. The deadline exceeded, then we return the results found error. Okay, so this does fire correctly. But we have multiple brokers in here. We need to so we got a couple different things going on here. We don't know how many things are going to respond to this. Wait, a mud like where you type go north to go north? Exactly. So we timed out because we don't know how many responses we're going to get. But that should result in a no results found error. Timed out, waiting for response. Error looking up property to modify by ID. We need to... It's because this isn't a context deadline exceeded. We get our answers back. Why do we get that error then? Timed out, waiting for response. It should return that. Let's just spit that out real quick. Let's see. Get that. Timed out, waiting for response. Can I do... this, and... I don't know if this will give me what I want. Let's find out. Do I like Go? Yes, very much. Where is that error string? Okay, that doesn't help me a ton. I think this is set up to be able to run in debug. Let's find out. Debug. Let it compile. Go in here. We'll reproduce this. Tell me what you are, Mr. Error. Timed out, waiting for response. Oh, duh. Okay. I forgot that this was my thing and not just stop that. That's why. Okay, so we dispatch this. We need to go to the managers for these guys. This is almost certainly wrong because we don't know what's going to happen. We would have to add a sentinel error for this guy or just pass up. We don't use a context here, that's why. Okay. Why was I thinking context? We don't have a context in here at all. So the other problem is that we won't know how many will return anything. So we'd still have that delay. But we do have this. We still need to look at our managers here, though, which is actually only this particular type because they both serve for this. Look up UUID. So when you look at the actual run loop here, if it's broadcast, I'm looking for a UUID. then I send a response. Else, right here, I would have to do here the checking about, or I would have to return here some kind of an error message into the message bus, and then I would need to check that as part of this. As part of the helper for get by UUID or look up UUID. Because multiple things could come back on this channel. This is just hitting, because nothing comes back. It just hits the deadline and calls it good. But that we kind of just have to do that, because otherwise we won't know. Like right now we know that there's only 2 things that could respond. But in the future, there could be more things that could respond. That's why it's a broadcast. So I think that the correct thing to do here is actually to put a sentinel error on here. And handle it kind of the way we have been. There's still going to be that second delay anytime you're messing with this, which kind of sucks. But it gets real complicated not to. We might actually be able to put this into a Go routine where it doesn't block the rest of the UI loading. Let's investigate that. Actually, can I just return I don't really want to use the context package. I'm not truly using the context package, though. Yeah, let's not do that. We'll just do up here. Not that, and then you import the default, please. And you're not supposed to be capitalized, and you're going to complain. That's fine. This is nil and deadline exceeded error. And then here we check. Do you work professionally in Go in terms of your day job? I used to. Then I got laid off. This is deadline exceeded error. Now, that should fix our messaging. So now if we click on this, it'll delay. Unable to resolve property to modify ID. Actually, let me double check that message. Yes, okay. Let's also do, oh no, we thought about this. We decided not to log the UUID. It's not really human friendly, right? Especially with that little bitty flash. That's fine. So this whole thing here. Can we put you into a Go Funk without breaking stuff? We would have to do... Can we do... We'd have to async lock this widget, which is probably fine. So we do this. Async lock. Async unlock. And then I need to do that. Are you searching for anything right now? Yes. Yes, I am. Been searching for entirely too long. That is just the market currently. Surprised someone of your skill level could get laid off. I mean, it's everywhere. I didn't work for like a big tech company. Didn't see my deal fire off there either. So that's a problem. Let's pull this back out real quick. I guess the other thing I could do is I could try putting this into a Go routine. I don't necessarily always want it to fire off like that. Secretly works for glowies. I don't know what a glowy is. Let's get that out of there. We'll get rehired in no time. I've been looking since November, so wrong. I wish. The job market is butts right now. What if we put you back into your Go Funk? Little Go routine action, and then any advice for computer science students and new grads? Let's try some niche field. See, the thing about niche fields is they want niche skills already because it's such a strong hirers market, right? As opposed to job seekers. Which country? US. Advice for computer science students and new grads. Go is relatively niche, yeah. Ish, kind of. It's out there a fair amount now, but advice on how to get hired for new grads. If I knew that, I wouldn't be looking still. general advice for that sort of situation is just like get whatever you can to pay the bills, right? Whatever job you can that'll keep you afloat, and build projects and keep skilling up. Don't get stuck in like tutorial hell. Don't get stuck in, you know, the despair that is job hunting currently. Um, do your best to kind of keep your head afloat, keep your skills growing, and keep your attitude as positive as you can. I know a company, Gopher, not sure how good they are, Bangalore based. If you want, you can try there maybe. I don't think that that would work out for me. I don't think that the exchange rates work in my favor for that. Zop Dev, never heard of him. Hey Yash, how's it going? How's your day? How's your weekend? How's all the things? So if I was to do this, locking that is all well and good. But what if we didn't put you on, if we didn't put the message snack bar on this? What if instead we put you on context of that? Things are good, can't complain. One more week until my vacation and house renovation. That's pretty exciting. We still won't get our error out of you. The other thing we could try, though, is we can defer a whole function that does our async unlock, and then also um, and then we'd have to do that. Um, we'd have to do that. But then we can't do... We'd have to fire all of this off. Which, I mean, maybe. We have to put this up top here too. Oops. Yeah. I don't think this is going to work, but sell a SaaS. I heard it's very profitable. Well, first I'd have to make a SaaS. But if I was going to go to all the trouble of making a SaaS, okay. I don't hate that. I hate this. It's ugly, but if I was going to go to all the trouble of making a SaaS, I wouldn't want to sell it. I would want to keep running it and actually build a cool thing instead of build a company just to sell it to whoever wants to buy it. 100 YouTube videos on SaaS, just make it unique and go base boom. Sell to companies that trust Go. They have their workflow on Go, they'll buy it. I mean, why don't they just hire me to write their things in Go? We lock, we defer this. If I put this back on ID, does it still show up? Let's test that really quick. Would. Concerned about... Well, we just send a change event, so that should be fine, actually. We need to lock you to set your current value, I'm pretty sure. Otherwise, we wind up weirdness, but... we switch, so if you're nil, we do that. That should probably return. That way we don't fire a send change if we don't have to. Yeah, I think it's just gonna be that way. Like, it's kind of ugly and kind of hard to read, but it works. And I can't think of a better way to async that so that it doesn't make this experience suck. Oh, wait. That's broken now. Why is that broken now? Wasn't broken before. About item type. Oh, I can't do that because you're the interface. Item type, none. Need to wait for this. It should be. Should run that, and then it should defer all this. Wonder if I don't need to lock the whole thing, because this stuff is getting accessed. Okay, let's roll this back. It's creating more problems. Kind of as expected, right? It was pretty janky. Bleeding doesn't have any, so it shouldn't even be trying. And it was before. Oh, that's why. Duh. It was getting set to nil, and nothing was ever put into it. This also needs to be at the end of this. Defer. And then we would need to take this out again, but that's fine. They'll send an update, whatever. Or send a change, rather. We just need to guard this whole thing inside. Actually. Hang on. This would have all lived in, yeah. Yeah, so this whole thing just needs to be guarded by this. So that if we don't have anything set here, we just skip this whole block. Okay, that's still delays though now. What would that be? If I start with it, then that's delayed, which is expected. But if I switch to it, oh wait, now it doesn't. Okay. Only sometimes. I would need to lock both of them, or could I just lock the whole modifier container? Does that lock children too? Doesn't specify. It still blocks in some cases. Yeah, let's not. We're adding a lot of complexity for some undependable behavior. Like, that kind of sucks, but kind of is what it is. If you've gone and changed a thing, it's going to just be a little bit painful. The real answer is don't go change your UUIDs because it's going to break a lot of stuff. And adding complexity for kind of an edge case, like, it's valid, it's very plausible, but adding a ton of complexity to handle that seems like a bad idea. Let's just handle this correctly like we are now. We'll do a commit for this. Let me just double check status. Message broker skills and attributes. Yes. Correctly handle no results being found for the UUID. And sending no response in the case of nothing found is better because this is awaiting a response. And the UUIDs should not collide. Ever. So theoretically, we should be okay. All right. What's next on our to-do list? Decided to live with slightly degraded performance in cases where you just have done bad things. We have adding, we have removing. I should make sure down there. Change all the fields just to be sure. Go in here. You have a UUID, name, description, help text, stacks with other. Help text gets 2 new lines. We need to clean that up real quick. Property to modify, modifier, duration, tick time, damage, and blocks. I think that's all our fields. You're not... You should be selected. Why are you not selected? We had that working. Ah. That's fine. Is that... Does... Okay, we need to figure that out. Do I need to... Let's do one thing at a time. Let's clean up the text value. Of the help text. We do this. I believe it's just trim. No. Trim space. Leading and trailing white space roofed. Yes. Done. How do we make you stick? We set the display frame. We set this selected here. Not there. Just here. I think we're fine either way. No. I'm just resizing that to kill it. No, don't delete. I would need to do this in the update. That's why. Trying to avoid setting this, or storing a selected. Do we have anything specified for update? No. I guess we can do a selected index. Then on a click, set state. Let's just put you into I think it should be outside the maker. se.updater, that is. This is in the item details on change. This all can stay. It's just this. And we'll need to make sure we set. Don't need to do this. We can set them all to false and then that. Not in the loop, silly. After. So we clear all our selections. Is there, yeah, I don't think so. There was a clear selected, but I could be wrong. It could also be off of something else, right? Which it would probably do the same thing and probably just go through the children. So we'll do that. Here, so when we do on change for the item details, if we're adding an item, that's fine. It doesn't get in there until we hit save. Do call update. This we would do none of this. We would do that. Delete item, deletes children. We don't have access to what index we're in, though. I don't like how this is shaping up. Let's roll this back. It's kind of a silly thing to chase, but, you know. I like things to work right. Let's roll all this back really quick and reevaluate our approach here. I think we'd have to do update after we did that anyway. I don't think that's going to fix the problem with this, though, because I don't think it's firing the change event on these guys if we don't actually change. Yeah. Because what's happening is it's rebuilding everything when you move it. Something is engaging the draw mechanics of the framework. Maybe consider doing a few tutorials or go coding shorts will help channel grow more. Yeah, it's just it's a ton of work to put together. But it is something I have thought about. I would need to acquire video editing skills and do all of that stuff. Shorts are harder because it's hard to deliver anything interesting and valuable in 60 seconds or whatever, a minute and a half or however long they are now, right? Um, Everybody says you got to have shorts to grow, but I really make long form content, specifically live coding streams, right? So it's hard to shorts that in a meaningful way or an interesting way that would grab anybody's attention. Hmm. Actually, I could put this into an updater maybe. If I just did that, would that be... What am I missing here? Oh, killed my brace there. Except for... This is where I would have to set. I could do selected ID. Oops. Oh, because we make this a string? Yeah, let's just keep this a string. I would need to put this down in here. In the on change. It wouldn't be here though. Be in the on click, but then we'd have to do it in the save as well. But if we're in here, like when you're doing live stream, trying to make some memorable moments and clip them later into shorts. Yeah, but like, so the memorable moments usually are, you know, when the streamer's playing a game or something, like something funny happens. There's not a ton of that here. My content's kind of dry because it's real coding, right? Real problem solving. That's the part that I struggle with trying to figure out. I put up one when somebody asked an interesting question, and it didn't do super well. It hasn't done super well historically. That could just be because it's the only one, also, right? Not sure. This would be the selected ID, but oh, actually, we can fix that. Here we would do none of this, but we would do selected ID is available items at I, null UUID, UUID, string. And then going on here. Okay, that's fine. Here's some AI. If you give it live stream, it will make sure of it. You can use that. No, I don't use AI. Not interested in doing that at all. I have a very, very short decision-making process for anything I want to do. The first question is, can I do it already? In which case, I'll just do it. The second question is, can I learn to do it at a level that I'm satisfied with quickly enough to get it done right now in the time frame? And if not, can I pay somebody to do it? And if not, then I just do without it or find another answer. There are no steps in this process to use AI. I would set you to selected and clear everything else. If we clicked on you, that's an easy way to set that. This one is the tricky part, because if we... Algorithmic thinking? Yeah, kind of. We add... Well, we do create a new item. But it's going to look kind of wonky. Well, I guess it might be okay. It's going to clear everything else. Because this won't show up in the deal here until we hit save. So it'll just clear everything. I think maybe it might work. Because it'll have no match ever until we click on a thing. So, if we do that... Oh, it doesn't work in the updater. Dang it. When do you fire? I thought for sure that would be firing when it did a redraw. So, yeah, it's not firing during that. Okay. We would have to do this in the styler so that it triggers every time it restyles. Maybe. Ah, okay. If we add new, then we wiggle like, okay, fine. Doesn't do it there though. Ooh, it should though. It restyled when we did that. Save items. Roll that back. Why would that be? Why wouldn't that get called? We do this because it triggers the machinery to update internally to the framework. Hello, I just arrived and it's my first time on my Twitch. So what am I doing? I'm building a mud game engine in Go. um It's annoying to me that you don't stay selected. Do we have this behavior anywhere else, I wonder? Like maybe in map editor? Get a test map open. If I clicked all the buttons, it would help. And I had you selected. That would work. If I had you selected, everything would stay. So why would this clear? If this doesn't clear, how about this guy? That clears. Okay. So what's different between a map tile and any of these things that selected gets stuck? Oh, you know what? I wonder if focus is part of it, but we didn't give these guys the ability to focus? Maybe? Because you're a item details custom widget. Nothing makes you focusable. Wait, no, you wouldn't be focusable. It'd be the item buttons, which are also a custom widget. They are focusable. Crap, okay. Hoverable, clickable, selectable, focusable. What are the abilities of Map widget, it'd be in the buttons. It'd be in tiles, room tile. Sorry, I didn't hear you properly. My English is not that good. Can you repeat? I'm making a Go. I'm building a mud game engine in Go. Let's see here. Ooh, you're just a button. You inherit buttony things, so we'd have to either go dig for that, or we can go into our other tile type, the connection tile, because you're just a frame in the same way that this is just a frame. Init, frame init, selectable, clickable, hoverable, focusable, selectable. Like so. And then here, when I do, yeah, set selected. Okay, let's give that a shot and see. See if that gets me where I want to be. No, why not? Okay, let's look for more clues. What did we do for this? Just set a border width here. Let's go double check and make sure that doesn't get changed. I don't think it does, but. So you're selected, you have this little border. Looks the same to me when we resize and move. Okay. This is selected when we do in the edit bar, because you grab the event. Handle room tile, handle tile, connection tile, click. Waiters now, we update. Set selected connections. Set selected set focus. You're already focusable. Let's go see if focus is the magic. We did that before, but we also didn't have. Wait. We did have selectable. Dang it. I just didn't scroll over far enough. Is this in some way oh. No, it should be fine. It's not firing. What am I missing? This shouldn't be firing unless we click on you. Set selected is the only thing we do. Select tiles. Sets the state of selected on our associated tiles. And those persist through moving. I don't think this is it. I don't think this would be rerun. Ooh, it might, actually. It's in the maker. It's in the updater. So that would result in both things being selected, which, nope, doesn't stay either. The other thing I could do, and maybe even would be even the smarter plan, is, well, no. Hey, thanks for follow. Appreciate that. You're already aware of your selected state. Would I need to pull this out of the maker? Oops, didn't get enough of them. You're welcome with pleasure. Tech channel and Twitch is kind of rare. I mean, there's a decent amount of us out here. I would have to store a reference if I wanted to do this. Then I could come in here. Hey, thanks, Jazz. It's very nice of you. Really appreciate that. Every time I'm search, it's like 1 or 2 Twitch only. The software and game dev always wanted to see my name there. Well, there you go. The software and game dev whole category is full of people doing rad things. Not that you're not welcome here. I'm just, saying when I'm not here, there are other people in this category, and I'm a fan of many of them. Let's see. Oop, nope. That's bad because you don't exist. Right. Well, crap. Let's roll this back to... It's kind of silly to spend the time on this right now, but... we'd like it to work. I might also ask them why that might be. Don't know that. I'm always searching by languages, programming, like PHP or Golang or something like that. Okay, yeah, that might be part of it. If you're interested in a very specific language or something, that I could see how that would be. Yeah. Let me just commit this while we're here real quick. Fix the new lines in the help text. That way I don't accidentally kill it at some point in time while we're kind of experimenting with why this doesn't persist. I wonder if... I wonder if the what if this is getting re-triggered or something? Oops. To say it's not... see, that's... I'm not often active on Twitch. Gotcha. Yeah. I can see that. Yeah, maker and updater don't run when I do this. So why... I wonder if we did... not inspector. Debug. Focus? Set focus, item button. Don't see a loss of focus event. Just do a full event. It's going to be noisy, but... Okay, so. Select, handle this false. Change, handle this false. It's just nothing set it to handled. Which is fine. So mouse leave, window action resize. Well, now it doesn't do it. What? Am I losing my mind? Oh. Okay. It's when it exits and enters full screen. Okay, let's turn back on our you beautiful people. I gotta go catch some sleep. Have a nice day, and thank you, Mongoose, for streaming. You're always so very welcome. Thank you for hanging out, and I hope you have a great night. And I hope it was productive. So, select is done. Boop. So there's, oh, change gets fired. Oh. Change in editor and change in chooser. Change in choosers. Why does that fire chooser changes? Editor fires a change. And I also see message broker unable to send message to subscriber lookup awaiter. That's interesting. How would that be? Let's turn these vents back off real quick. Message broker is getting confused about this lookup awaiter stuff. But let's closing and relaunching it should fix that for real quick. We'll have to look at that. Let's also check this. See if we can get a print in action when it happens. Let's see if that is it just so happens to be firing. Maker and updater both ran there. Okay. Okay. Item details never got fired, but updater and maker both did. So that's why. In here, updater gets run. On click never happens. So we do need to track this. And then let's just say if your data manager is not nil, we'll rerun this logic. What's Mongoose editor? It's like a view of your data or your model. It's the editor for the engine. So view of your data or your model. So view of the data, basically. The data for different things are stored in JSON. So the editor helps you to build this in a more friendly way. So we go through this. Set state to false. Let's get rid of that. We need that because we need to make sure it gets set. Yeah, you bet. Item buttons, or rather, here. We set you to false. Actually, here's what we'll do. Select item ID. Then set focus true. Oh my gosh. Else. Oh. Yeah, okay, no argument there. Else. We set it to false. We always run the update on it after there, on the actual button widget. There we go. So then we need to do in the on click, select item ID is equal to item button dot ID. And then can we do, instead of this, we don't have a pointer to this or a reference to this section. But we could. Display frame, let's do item frame. So we can do all this. SFX, effects section. Do it up here too. Item frame is this. And then down here, call update on you. Which actually you should get called anyway. But you don't. Select item ID is that. Why would that be? It would be that way because this doesn't well, that might not be true. Nothing important there. Let's roll this back. This should only happen on click though. Or in here. Which should only happen here, which is in the on click. And here, which is also on the on click. On change though. But we don't see this firing. Oops. Not what I want to do. That's when it fires, which is correct for this. But it doesn't fire here. Well, now it happens on any resize. Okay. Which actually brings up another interesting question. Did we test the map on a resize, or did we only do... Am I chasing ghosts, basically? No, you don't. Okay. And these guys have the same behavior. Oh, okay. Okay. It's because we delete you. I bet. If we don't delete you... That's why. So what we need to do... We need to be smarter about this. Or... All right, sorry for the off-topic question, but what do you think about buying a new ThinkPad or Apple Air if they cost the same? I don't know anything about Apple laptops. I have no interest in the Mac ecosystem, so I would go ThinkPad and put Linux on it, but that's just me. And that you should use whatever thing you're comfortable with, right? Use the tool that gets you to do what you need it you're comfortable using. We did in the edit bar actually. We did a maker for... I don't think we can nest makers. We did a maker for a thing in here. Thinking something similar. Thank you very much for the reply. I didn't expect it. Yeah, of course. It's when we build our connection edit widget. No. Connection table frame. Yes. Do a maker for this. But I don't think... This one actually deletes children too, yeah. Um... This didn't run reliably outside of here either. But where did we... Did it here, okay. Item buttons at J. Set state true selected. Update the button always. At in here. That. For some reason this also didn't reliably refresh it though, I thought. Yeah, it doesn't work at all. Why not? Because we don't update. Nothing updates anything in here. But I bet if we were to resize, it would be selected. Yeah, okay. I feel like this is a bad solution, and I should think better about how to put these in. It's a suggestion, but what do you think about the good old printfs to debug bit? I mean, we've done that. I'm trying to come up with a better solution within the UI framework to get the selection to stick. The problem is we delete the children every time the framework runs the updater. So it deletes and rebuilds these guys when we resize. Where would I have an example? Similar kind of widgets. The main problem is I don't think I can do a maker inside of a maker. And anytime this widget updates, which actually arguably well, no, because available item gets pulled. So we would have to like manually go through and check if we already have it. The order of things would change. That's why we just went with delete, rebuild. Which maybe that's still fine. What if up here we append you and we say if selected ID um, that, then we don't have to go through all this. We might not even need this. Let's just try it without real quick. Because if we could do it while we're rebuilding, that might be fine. And since we've already deleted, we don't have to clear that way. Here, we need to, okay, so we set display frame, which will do this. It'll set that. Also calls update, though. I don't think it should be calling update in here. Well, this is on change. I guess that's an important thing to note. Just comment this out for a second. So it won't fire the change inside of here. So that's fine. If we did put the update in. It just updates the child widget. Which still doesn't do that. Why not? Hmm. Because this on click needs to trigger an update. But that doesn't trigger. It needs to update the whole section again on a click. We end up rebuilding it, which is kind of silly, but would work. But instead of rebuilding every time we click on a thing, so like the idea is that we can just set selected here as well. That. This seems hacky and kind of silly, though. What if instead... What do we use item buttons for? Totally. What is the actual... We need to check this too, but it's only used inside of here for that. But if we go look at, for instance, the map editor, we look at our map widget. That just does that. It's only when we load a map that we actually put things in here. Build view grid handles that, right? Makes sense. Creates a new container on the parent. And we start adding things all to the parent. And it's because we, okay, yeah, right. It's because these always exist. And we just have a key into them. Maybe there's something insightful there where we can do... Well, no, that's kind of what we're doing already. Because we just rebuild. We delete all the children and then rebuild them to reflect the state of the data underneath, which is the data provider's view. Would this handle the creation of a new one as well? Nothing sets you. That's an oversight. On change of this guy, data manager, add item, this guy's data. So on the on click, we would need to selected ID is the null UUID ID to string, like so. This would require or result in let's delete our test one real quick, add new as. That's much tidier and should be persistent beyond resizing. We select you, you stay. If we make a new test one, you stay. Okay. I'm still not sure that this is the smartest way to do this, but I think we'll stick with it for now, because it's getting us behavior we want. The other thing here, though, unable to send message to subscriber, look up a waiter. So why do we let's do a commit for this real quick. Would say fix selected items clearing on a resize because update make gets called over again, calls update as well. All right. I am going to go use the restroom really quick, and I'll be right back. And then we will figure out why I have this thing still trying to send to a waiter. But yeah, be right back. So the double check here, see if they said anything interesting. No, thought they might have been getting back to me, but talking to somebody else. All right, so couple things we can do. Tidy that up. I don't think anything is using these anymore, right? Like we just create them and then get rid of them. So there's no reason to track them anymore. Let's get rid of those. Meaning we can get rid of that and that. Perfect. Let's make sure I'm not overlooking anything. And then it launches and is happy. Looks pretty good to me. Oh, I need to clear. Crap, that's what it was. I guess what we can do is just do an update here. It looks weird because it's inside the updater, but it's also, it's in the callback in the on-click. Yeah, okay. There might be a nicer way to do that, but fix double selection. There we go. Okay. Maybe I'll drop them a note and just ask if I'm overlooking. Um, hopefully that isn't too confusing for them. Okay, so we have the resizing. Let me check and see. So if we're in bleeding, that doesn't seem to fire the events. If we're in cold, it does. Look up a waiter eventually goes away. Is it immediate? I moved a little too much for that. That's fine. Unhandled message. Type broadcast. The status effect manager gets it, doesn't know what to do with a broadcast, so it just drops it. That's fine. It's a debug log. And then immediately, yeah, unable to send message to subscriber, look up a waiter. Moving subscription to topic broadcast. Where did you not get cleaned up at? Look up a waiter. So in item details, where we go look up ID. You're up here. Oh my gosh, where are you? There you are. This should be the only time we have lookup. We unsubscribe. Yeah. Response name needs to be unsubscribed. Now, go to cold. No more bad subscribers. Still broadcast messages that are unhandled, but that's fine. Said it's a debug. Not every handler should know how to handle a broadcast. We could make you silently, I guess, just so that we don't get spurious debug logs. Because it's expected that you just silently drop. So that would be in skill manager, or not a skill, status effects manager. In the run. Run that again. No more. There. Oh. No more freaking out. Cool. I like that. Fix spurious. Let's do fix unsubscribe defer to actually unsubscribe the awaiter. Silently drop broadcast messages in the effects, status effects manager. Because it's not really unhandled. Okay. Get rid of all that noise and nonsense. And what is next? I think we're finally done with this. Barring finding any more bugs. Tidy this up real quick. Look at my list here. Oops. Said I can use a maker/plan for this, but I don't think I can nest them. See if we get a response back from that quickly or not. If they're still around, they probably will. And then we don't need to crack anything back open, right? Because they're already here. Yeah, let's just push on. We'll be patient for them, but there's no reason for us to slow our roll here. We're gonna call this done here for now. This widget. Let's go ahead and merge it. You can always go back and fix it. Merge. Delete. Pull. We'll tidy up. Oops. Like so, okay. You go back there, please. And let's look at our... Ah, crap, I should have checked for to-dos first. None there. Oh, hang on now. None in here. None in there. Okay, good, 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 good. None there. I think we got lucky. We have to-dos in here, but that is that other one that we're still... And that one. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Perfect. Nonsense dodged. Close these guys. And take a look at what the next task we want to tackle is. We got a couple bugs. Item button can go away too. Get the old backlog here. Those done. That's a client error. We're not going to crack into the client just yet. We have other stuff we want to work on first. Button outline instead of button action where it makes sense. Let's do that. New template button on the templates bar. Let's run this. It's in the map editor. Yeah, this should not be an action button. It should be outlined. And I should do new branch. We'll call you use. Thank you. Outlined where sensible. I'll pop you back off. There we go. Button outlined. Room tile. Yo, what's up? Room tiles. I don't know that they make sense as an action button either. Oops. New templates. These guys are all different. Okay. Yeah, let's make these guys outlined as well. Go. App editor. Perfect. Nice little pop of color, even for free. Let's see. Save button. This is in menu bar. That probably doesn't make sense either. That's going to be a map editor as well. Specifically, that's actually these guys. I don't really want you to be different colored text, I don't think. Is there a different button type that we could use, though? Go to docs. Button types. Ooh, a new version is available. Let's refresh that. Filled, tonal, elevated, outlined, text, button text. I think we want these to stay action. That makes most sense currently. Minimize that. Close, but same with all those, yeah. Everything in menu bar, basically. Expander button in edit bar. Expander button, expander button. Yes, you should remain This is menu bar. That should be all of them, actually, that we can do. Push that up. And we can just go ahead and commit that, PR and commit that right now. And merge that. Simple little task. Thought it was going to be more than that. Good enough. Little chore. Do that. All right. Could fix the skills and attributes label, or see here. What else do we have? Client work we need to do for a map visualizer, but let's push that off a little until we finish map more. And we'll just do that all in one for the client. We can do some server work. Status effects config. We don't have tooltips on these. Do we want them for the editor? I think help text is probably quite sufficient, right? I don't think that anything else really matters. Just gonna delete you completely. We don't want you. Grid message broker implementations and client editor to be a single shared package. Let's do that when we're getting ready to do more client things. Textures for map editor, map files, tiles. That's fine. We can do that later too. That's kind of polishy stuff. Different config types out into the packages that will actually consume them. Read write exported in the config manager package. Config manager is already doing that though. What was I thinking? Read and write are already exported. And these... oh, pulling these into the... no, we want to keep these... yeah, these stay here. This also goes in the trash. Because the config file version of things is different than the real struct we operate on in a lot of cases. And we want that... the packages themselves to take care of that for us, for themselves. Give maps names, we can do that. Let's save that for when we implement multiple. Inside of here, maybe? this is part of the character manager. But this is loaded from the config file. What uses this? Character uses this. Could put you in internal. We don't want to. Oh, I know why. I know why we're doing this, or I was thinking of this. Because other things need to be able to read a skill. For instance, if map is trying to tell you you need a skill to do a thing, but we just use UUIDs for that. I don't think that makes any sense. Leave it in the list just in case, but we need to have a map state database, but let's kick that down the road a little bit until we have more map functionality in place. You can look at commands in a config file. I don't know if we want to do that. Let's kick that down the road a little bit too. Might be a little tricky to do. I don't know if we really gain anything from it. We build some of this, but I guess we could interface. This would tie into how we want to handle different actions coming in, which is game manager land. Let's tidy this up real quick. And that is something that we do kind of need to start thinking about more. I don't love the current system. Let's go look at the game manager. Right now, add action. We have an action queue. We lock it, defer, add it. Okay. And then on in our game loop here, we just run through them and start executing them. I don't know that I love this. Think about that a little bit too. This handles based on command type, based on what the things that we have started know exist. And this would really just this would want to be a message bus, I think. Really, I would like to avoid it if we can, just because it doesn't seem like the best answer. But I forgot to do that. How to dynamically get things. Oh, apparently something fell over. I guess Twitch fell over. Had a bad internet day yesterday too. Hopefully that's the only one today. Sorry, everyone. That out of there. Okay, so let's see here. I really need to do some research on that. How would I, if I did a message bus, what would get registered? Like, how would we register what things need to get started when the server comes up and down, right? That would be a thing. And that kind of leads into one of my other little tasks here, which is to consider having the game manager run the character ticks to keep everything in sync, which I'm pretty sure we need. But, and the game manager should know who's logged in. But it would also need to know. We don't know. Oh, yeah, here we go. No, I lied. This is account info. No usages. That's old. Somebody knows who's logged in. Who knows who's logged in? Is a character manager? Character list, yes. Active characters. So, which makes sense. So a game manager would need to tell character manager, hey, it's time for you to do ticks on all your characters that are active. And that would require us to have the knowledge of who can do what. No, actually, we just shoot it into the message bus. That would be fine for things like that. And then if nobody handles it, it just goes away, though, which is kind of a problem. We could log it. And that would put our command structure into shared. And then anybody could write a module. The question just becomes, how do you tell the server that you need to start all these modules when we start the server? Where? See if we can find any wisdom on the internets. So we don't want to do anything more complicated than we have to here. I guess it would just be... Mm-hmm. Need plugins. Only Linux, FreeBSD, and macOS, though. Which won't work because we really want to be cross-platform if we possibly can. We can exec command, but that's a little sketch. Another reference to plugins, which won't get what we need done. Not for all platforms. Exec modes. That's very old. Plug in and oh, that's HashiCorp. I don't want to pull in third party stuff if I can avoid it. Seago, but I won't do that either. Loader package. Use X tools go packages instead. I think that's where we just were though. Example. Packages load, config, flag.args. Config is packages config mode, packages need files, need syntax. Doesn't quite look like what I want. Driver request. Okay. Number of open bugs related to interactions among the load. Merge conflict. It's like well, you know what they say, early to rise, early to bed makes a man healthy, wealthy, and dead. Is that true? Is that the way it all goes? This doesn't look like it's gonna quite do what I want. Tricky, tricky. Don't know, but it rhymes. Well, I hope you have a wonderful evening and you sleep the rest of a guy who rhymes things. But you're not allowed to be dead. I'm gonna just have to forbid that. Anyhow, I'll go grab some of that Z. Got to go to the office tomorrow and pretend to do some work. That work won't pretend to do itself, you know, right? Take a look at this. This is kind of the last really big sticky wicket as to how we want to approach this the idea of the game manager distributing events to things, right? Only AI related work can pretend to do itself. I mean, there's a lot of that nowadays, right? So maybe it can pretend to do all of itself. There's supposed to be a new Ed Zitron article tomorrow. We'll see if he gets it done. I wasn't sure if it's a premium one or not. We'll see. This is 2023. Looks like they had a bunch of issues trying to get that to work, whatever they were doing. To invoke. This is some third party stuff too, but type generator Windows only. Well, that ain't gonna help at all, is it? Um, see here. Module descriptor. Sort of plugin which adds new functionalities to the application, other modules. Scriptor. Must register module. Registers a module. Init method module main go file. Main command import the module. Your module path. Not quite what I want. Mm, go bind plugin project. Plugin package is really just the thing, right? But it doesn't work cross-platform, which is a problem for me. Hmm. Can I include all packages in a directory? If I was to do that, I would have to do like a modules package, right? And that would have to do like init magic. I don't really want to do that either. The only other thing I could think of is that like part of the startup would have to just go through a configured list and run them all. I don't like that either, though. Which is why we wound up with the idea of a manager this. And in this case, we just did game map. So we'd have to know. We have to import them here, right? Or we'd have to call things that would launch themselves and then register themselves. How would they? You'd have to have an instance of the message bus, right, shared across them. I don't think you could do that as an argument, as a parameter. So that would be problematic as well. They really just have to be started by the game manager at startup time. And maybe our um maybe this approach is fine. Because of that. And maybe we'll just have to see um if plugins 24.4 latest, it's in the standard library. Race detector, okay, yeah. Sockets, pipes, remote procedure call, shared memory mappings, or file system operations may be more suitable despite the performance overheads. We'd essentially be in. You just have to rebuild the engine if you were to make an extension territory, which isn't like the worst thing in the world, but it's also not great, right? But this looks like it's just not gonna be what we want, really. Can I Hmm. So think about this a little bit. That will take us past the 4 o'clock mark. I stream for 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday, ending on Monday. So if you like this kind of thing, then show up around this time, but 4 hours ago, wherever you are in the world, and I should be here doing more of it. And I'd love to see you again. Thanks for everybody who showed up and all the great chats we had today. I'd love to see you again, and we can chat some more. And if not,